Thank you very much. Shall we remain standing for the national and AU anthem by the Namibian Defence Force Air Force Band. Namibian Air Force Defence Force Band. Thank you. You may be seated. We need absolute silence. Please, protocol from the pavilion side. We need absolute silence. Please, teachers, control your learners. We need absolute silence on the pavilion. Let us just allow the Air Force Band a minute or two to be seated. Thank you very much. His Excellency, the President of the Republic of Namibia, the Chief Mourner, represented by Professor Katjavivi, the Speaker of the National Assembly of Namibia, Lieutenant General Martin Shalli, and the entire Nujoma family, the Kondombolo family, and the Mushimba family. Comrade Pendukeni Invula Itana and the SWAPO family, Honorable James Unomasa Verikwa, the governor of this great region, Honorable Christine Hoebes, Minister in the Presidency, Honorable members of the National Assembly and the National Council, Honorable Marlene Bakera, the Chairperson of the Regional Council of Otjozondjupa, Her Worship the Mayor Talita Namatati Garises, the Mayor of Grootfontein, and all local authority councillors, Chief Kambazembi of Kambazembi Royal House, and all distinguished traditional and community leaders, Comrade Bartholomeus Shangheta, and all PLAN combatants, Comrade Imms Namaseb, the Regional Coordinator of the SWAPO Party in the Otjozondjupa Region, Reverend Sandra Meyer, the Maranatha Lutheran Church, and all spiritual leaders, retired chiefs, senior government officials, captains of industries, all uniform members, fellow mourners, ladies and gentlemen, all protocol observed. My name is Elder Fernando Felipe. I am the Regional Councillor of Grootfontein, as well as Member of Parliament of the 6th National Council, where I am part of the Committee of Agriculture, Environment and Natural Resources, where I serve as the Vice Chairperson. With me here today is my dear brother, the Regional Director, Gerard Difinongo. Ladies and gentlemen, without wasting time, I would be calling the Governor of this great region, James Unomasa Verikwa, for a welcome remark. Thank you very much. Honorable James.
Thank you very much, Director of Proceedings, the Honorable Councillor of Grootfontein Constituency, and Member of Parliament of the 6th National Council, Elder Felipe, and your Co-Director, dearest brother, Gerard Dafenongo, the Regional Director of Education of Otjozondjupa Region. The Nujoma, Kondombolo and Mushimba family, your presence here is indeed soothing and important to us. Professor Peter Katjavivi, the Speaker of the National Assembly of the Republic of Namibia, standing in today on behalf of the Chief Mourner. As you might be aware that national leaders have been assigned to various regions, and indeed, Professor Peter Katjavivi, your presence here is highly recognized on behalf of His Excellency, Dr. Nangolo Mbumba, the President of the Republic of Namibia. Air Marshal Martin Kambulu Pinias, the Chief of Defense Force. Lieutenant General, retired Martin Shalli, who is in our midst, your presence is highly noticed. Mama Pendukeni Ivula Itana, former Minister of Justice, former Minister of Home Affairs and Immigration, and serving as a board member of the same Nujoma Foundation. The Honorable Chairperson of Otjozondjupa Regional Council, Madam Malin Bakera, and all the constituency councillors of Otjozondjupa Region present here today. Our Royal Highness, Chief Sam Kambazembi of the Kambazembi Traditional Authority, on behalf of all traditional authorities of our region. Former ministers and former deputy ministers, members of the executive, honorable regional and local authority councillors that are present here, the Honorable Governor of Omaheke region, P.O. Marikutu Kanganate, you are a neighbor and indeed you came to support us on this very important and solemn occasion. I would also like to pass a word of apology by my dear brother, the Honorable Governor of Oshikoto region, Pendai Andakolo, who was supposed to be joining us today. Former PLAN combatants under the FPCA umbrella, today led by Comrade Shangheta, senior government officials, all uniformed forces that are here, members of parliament, my dear brother Godar Kasuto, and indeed Madam Nono Kashingisiwa, your presence here is highly recognized. Our regional commissioner of the Namibian police, my brother Idengwa, and the entire men and women of the Namibian police, your presence is highly recognized. The representative of the Commissioner General of the Namibian Correctional Service, your presence is highly recognized as well. Fellow mourners, the 8th of February 2025 goes down in the annals of history as a day on which the formidable, strong and well-established foundation of the Republic of Namibia was shaken. That is following the passing of the founding father, founding president, commander-in-chief of the PLAN combatants, none other than our beloved Dr. Sam Shafishuna Nujoma. There are no words that can feel and express how we as a people feel, but I urge all of us to draw our solace in the book of Ecclesiastes, chapter 3, verse 2 to 8, that says there is time for everything. Indeed, there is a time to be born and a time to die, a time to weep and a time to laugh, a time to mourn and a time to dance. The founding father was a visionary and charismatic, formidable, astute and brave leader who dedicated his life to the total liberation of our country and its people from the oppression and colonial rule of the white government. It is never easy to speak at any occasion of a loss, more so of a great leader, a great liberator, freedom fighter, commander-in-chief, a unifier, a founding father of the Namibian nation, and indeed the first president of a democratic Republic of Namibia. The founding president was among the last crop of a generation of extraordinary personalities that Africa has enjoyed. And these are African leaders who led their countries out of the yoke of colonial rule and oppression, and indeed through their selflessness have fought fiercely to ensure total liberation of their countries. And indeed, our president, our fallen hero, the founding father, is among the wave of those leaders. The first wave of brave men and women of Africa who said, above everything, we'll not sit idle, but we'll stand up and go out there and wage war against the tyranny and colonial oppression of the white regime. The founding father joins other formidable and extraordinary personalities, including but not limited to Agostinho Neto of Angola, Kenneth Kaunda of Zambia, Nelson Mandela of South Africa, Robert Mugabe of Zimbabwe, Julius Kambarage Nyerere of Tanzania, and Samora Machel of Mozambique, and many other formidable leaders. On this day, the 24th of February, as you can see, Founding Father have looked upon us and say, indeed, in my passing, I will bring joy. In my passing, I want you to celebrate my life, but do not cry as if you are not believers. He have sent to us rain, and it has been raining the whole morning since the plane have taken off from Katima. That is an indication of a clear connection and indeed the wisdom and divine protection that the Founding Father is ready to pour upon us as a country and as a nation. The late Founding Father, Dr. Nujoma, was truly the epitome of courageous leadership and resilience. He was a charismatic father figure who steered Namibia to freedom and peace. Namibia, Africa, and the world at large mourns the loss of a life of a great and gallant son of the soil. I am therefore greatly honored to stand before you today, Director of Proceedings and dear fellow mourners, to welcome you all to our great and mighty region of Otjozondjupa. And as I stand to deliver my remarks on this sober moment and event, I would like to draw your attention to the significance of our region in the whole bigger scheme of things in terms of liberating our country. Our region had a significant role and a key player in shaping the revolutionary path and journey of our nation towards total freedom. Firstly, the Founding Father was a resident of his farm called Etunda between Otavi and Ochivarongo. So that makes him indeed a father of our region. And it is on that basis that we as a region would like to pass our condolence to the Kondombolo, Nujoma, and Mushimba families. We will indeed be able to pass our words to you, but there is no words that we can say to you that can be able to remove or in any way uplift the bereavement you are going through. But all in all, we give you to the hands of the Almighty God and say, may God grant us the strength and serenity to accept that which we can't change. And in the passing of the Founding Father, let us find peace and know that indeed all shall be well. It was in the Otjozondjupa region on the 11th of August 1904 that the First Battle of Hamakari was fought, and the brave Willy Willem Maharero and his father Samuel Maharero had resisted the German Schutztruppe in the Herero-Nama War of resistance against the military might and power of the German colonial regime under Kaiser Wilhelm. And this led to the genocide in which 65,000 Hereros and 15,000 Namas were annihilated and they perished. The survivors of this war fled the Kalahari Desert into Botswana land, received by the chief of the Hamangwatu in Botswana, and they find fortress and home. In 1960, when the Founding Father had fled Namibia, following a bounty that was put on his head that he had caused the uproar and uprising of the 10th of December 1959, he found his way in Botswana and indeed well received by the descendants of those that have fled the 1904-1908 genocidal battle. The Founding Father, finding himself in Botswana, was indeed shielded by various members of Namibia, nationals of Namibia who find themselves to be in Botswana. And the descendants of those survivors are the very people who then ensured the safe passage of the Founding Father through Francistown, all the way in southern Rhodesia, northern Rhodesia, Tanganyika, and indeed Uganda, finding himself all the way in Sudan. In the same year, 1916, the founding president made his way all the way to New York in the US. The aim was nothing else but his commitment to petition the UN that indeed South Africa cannot occupy Namibia and govern it as a fifth province. Number of individuals assisted our founding president in Botswana, the likes of Daniel Munamava, our famous driver, Mr. Stanley, and many others, including the Kangotwi lady who accorded a dress for the founding president to be disguised as a female to avoid the arrest by the South African regime. And out of that descendant and genealogy, brave fighters emanated under the commandship of the founding father, the likes of Hangane Kashipuka Kavederi, the likes of Kadenambo, Kariki Shesho, and many others. Otjozondjupa Region, on the 9th of July 1915, at a farm, Korab, located 26 kilometers north of Otavi, a peace treaty agreement was signed between Germany and South African troops, following the defeat of Germany by South Africa, and that have marked the official end of German oppressive and colonial rule on Namibia. The founding father has participated fiercely in the early stages of forming present-day SWAPO Party, which originated from OPO and SWAPO and eventually SWAPO Party. Founding father had been the president of SWAPO Party for a good 47 years, have fiercely led the SWAPO Party towards a total liberation of the Republic of Namibia. But he will always have stated in many of his occasions that our forebears has guided him, and this inspired and guided the heroic deeds of our forebears, such as Samuel Maharero, Hendrik Witbooi, Mandumia Demfayo, Ipumbu ya Chilongo, Hosea Kutako, Kahime Mwanguvova, and many others, among those that have inspired our founding father. It is in Otjozondjupa region where you stand today, where I welcome you, that indeed at Mount Echo, a joint commission created by the Protocol of Brazzaville of 13 December 1988 met on the 8th to the 9th of April 1989 in an extraordinary session. The session was attended by the delegations from People's Republic of Angola, the Republic of Cuba, Republic of South Africa, with observers from the United States of America and the Soviet Union. It was this declaration that was signed at Mount Echo that have paved way for the implementation of the UN Resolution 435 that unlocked Namibia's freedom and independence. It takes a great leader to persevere and forge forward for the attainment of freedom and peace. Today, as Namibians, we are enjoying peace and stability that come about through the very bitter and hard struggle for freedom. The leader we mourn today advocated for patriotism in order to protect and nurture the hard-won peace. In his own words, he once stated, and I quote, "Namibia is our God-given country. We have no other except Namibia." And I unquote. The measure of a life is not in its duration, but in its contribution to humanity. Today we can attest that the founding father's selflessness, dedication, commitment to solidarity, freedom, and the rule of law resulted in an immeasurable and profound effect on the lives of all Namibians and the African continent at large. He has always encouraged that natural resources in the region, especially in the vicinity of the Maize Triangle, also known as the Golden Triangle, that is the area of Grootfontein, Otavi, and Chumeb, should be put to optimal use for the benefit of not only the regions of Otjozondjupa and Ishikoto, but the entire Namibian nation. As a geologist, qualified geologist, the founding father was a great inspiration in ensuring that mineral exploration activities resume, and today the region boasts of 2 cement factories, gold and copper mines in our own Otjozondjupa region. He was always courageous and encouraged the use of the abundant water resources and rainfall in the area to maximize crop production. A strong and staunch believer in education, total education for a Namibian child. Our late president was very knowledgeable and possessed great wisdom and general knowledge in various fields, be it science, media, technology, and he would not hesitate to impart that knowledge at any given opportunity or engage in a productive discussion on how Namibia can excel, especially in areas where it lacked capacity at the time of independence. As an advocate for media freedom, the founding father always encouraged responsible reporting that does not only show the negative side, but also focuses on the development and positive aspects of our country. His quest for economic emancipation stemmed from the continuation of the second struggle, that of economic freedom. This led to the adoption of the Great Vision 2030, from which national plans are aligned, and it is indeed very sad that he passed away 5 years before Vision 2030. However, we take cognizance in the fact that great visionary and planning is carried over. The laws of His Excellency, the first President of Namibia, not only is it felt in Namibia, but also in Africa and the globe at large. As a great African statesman, he, alongside other great pioneer African leaders, advocated for a totally free and independent Africa that live on its own resources without backing from external forces. Namibia and Africa at large will forever honor the founding father for ensuring that the African Union Anthem should be sung at every official event and its flag hosted alongside the Namibian flag. On behalf of the people of Otjozondjupa Region, I would like to extend my deepest sympathy and condolence to the Nujoma, Kondombolo, and Mushimba family. You can be assured that our thoughts and prayers were always with the founding father in his illness, and that they are now with you in your grief. For your grief is not only your grief, but it is indeed our grief. May his indomitable spirit continue to inspire us to build the Namibia he envisioned. That of a Namibia, a united Namibia, a developed country, and shared prosperity for all. May the undying spirit of our founding father rest in eternal peace. Nujoma na tangwe na hambelelwe molo hole ya ye tu hole. Nujoma na tangwe na hambelelwe molo hole ya ye tu hole. Jile tu palila e mangulugo opo tu yenemo to manguluga wom presidente wetu nuyo mopati ina mushona yena muzunye nami yoretu so twelina sino kesina esino shili jembo na itope jembo na itope jembo na itope basuka mona mibia jembo na itope jembo na itope jembo na itope basuka mona mibia ukamba ushe wembulu ukamba ushe wembulu sotwa komandwa kusema sotwa komandwa kusema sotwa komandwa kusema mevile tu afulika omayo maebe tanganingwa owina opo tukolonyekwe.
Thank you very much. That was the Honorable Governor of Otjozondjupa Region. We will be followed by a hymn by Soli de Gloria. Soli de Gloria. And after that, a devotion and prayer by Reverend Sandra Meyer, Maranatha Lutheran Church. Thank you very much. Soli de Gloria. Thank you very much, Solid Gloria. Dangishinene Vandovetu. Now we'll be having a devotion and prayer from our Reverend Sandra Meyer.
Allow me to greet and stand by the protocol as established. Dear mourners, brothers and sisters, let us start our memorial service in the name of God the Father, the Son, and the Holy Spirit. Amen. In the second letter of Apostle Paul to Timothy, chapter 4, verse 7, Apostle Paul writes the following: I have fought a good fight. I have finished the race. I have kept the faith. Thus far, our scripture reading. Dear mourners, 2 Timothy is believed to be Apostle Paul's last written letter. Throughout the book of 2 Timothy, Apostle Paul shares his life journey, his ministry, his struggles and challenges as a servant of the Lord. He shares it with Timothy, whom he was mentoring, through teachings, providing guidance, and his experiences. In order for Timothy to know what Paul's aim was, what his mission was, and what the ministry entailed, Apostle Paul does all this so that Timothy understood what awaits him and easily follow and continue in Paul's footsteps. He testified that one needs a strong heart, set priorities, looking back at the achievements as well as failures. Apostle Paul confirms that one should have a steadfast faith and endurance to be able to fulfill the life race set to complete. Dear mourners, we can clearly see in verses that Apostle Paul was ready to hand over his legacy to Timothy. Paul states, I have fought. The emphasis is placed on the result of Paul's fight, a good fight. Fight represents challenges, obstacles, and struggles. In order to overcome these challenges and struggles and obstacles, we should have perseverance, commitment, obedience, and sacrifice. It requires discipline and the willpower of never to give up. Secondly, Paul's instruction to Timothy is to be fit for life's race. Being fit for the race requires constant exercise and commitment. Only then can one be able to finish any life's races. Apostle Paul could proudly and confidently say that he had been faithful and committed to his calling as a servant of the Lord, to be able to finish till end. Paul fought not for his own gain. He fought to build the kingdom of God. Paul's fight was for the Jews as well as the Gentiles to become believers. His fight was noble and genuine. He fought for souls to be saved and one day inherit the kingdom of God. Today, we are gathered here under the encouraging words of Apostle Paul to remember, comfort, strengthen, and encourage one another in our time of pain and sorrow. We are gathered here to remember and appreciate the legacy of our first president and founding father, Dr. Sam Nujoma. We can see similar characteristics between Apostle Paul and our founding father. Just like Paul entrusted his legacy to Timothy to continue, the Namibian nation is also entrusted to continue the legacy left behind by our founding father and president. The life was fought for our country. The fight was fought for Namibia. Let us continue with pride the fight he fought for our country, for you and me. We need to continue with pride. The foundation has been laid. We need to continue with pride. He finished his fight. The race has been completed with dignity. His earthly journey has been completed. May his reward be great in heaven. May we all be comforted with the words of Jesus according to the Gospel of St. John, chapter 14, verse 27. Peace I leave for you. My peace I give to you. I do not give you as the world gives. Do not let your hearts be troubled. May God comfort the Namibian nation. Let us pray. Almighty God and Father, in this time of deep sorrow, We turn to you for comfort and strength. Please wrap your loving arms around us as we grieve the loss of our President, Dr. Sam Nujoma. You taught us in your word that we can cast all our anxiety, our pain and suffering unto you. That's why we call on your mighty name. Comfort, strengthen us. In Jesus' mighty name we pray. In the name of God the Father, the Son, and the Holy Spirit. Amen. I thank you.
Thank you very much, Reverend Mayor, for the powerful words and the script and the prayer. I would like to request the learners and the supervising teachers that people cannot hear anything. Learners, can you hear me on the pavilion? Can we please try to be quiet? Can we be quiet, please? I'm going to count to 3. And everybody on the pavilion, please be quiet. People would like to follow the memorial service. 3, 2, 1. Please be quiet. Short announcements for the lavatories. The tent on our left or on the northern side of the stadium, there is a VIP lavatories behind. The tent in front of us through to the southern side. There are 2 lavatories behind the tents for your physiological needs. And for the public on the pavilion, the toilets are behind the pavilion. Learners, thank you very much. Let us be quiet. Let us recognize and respect that we are now at the memorial service. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Program Director. Fellow Namibians, today we are gathered here to mourn and celebrate the extraordinary life of an icon, the leader of our revolution, our founding president of the SWAPO Party, and the first president of the Republic of Namibia, and the revered father of the nation. To provide a detailed account of the life and the journey of this great statesman, I am honored to invite a distinguished Namibian politician. She served as the Secretary General of the SWAPO Party, Namibia ruling party, from 2007 to 2012. She was a member of the Constituent Assembly in Namibia in 1989 and has been dedicated member of Parliament and Cabinet since Namibia's independence in 1990 until 2018. At the age of just 22, she left Namibia to join the struggle for independence freedom. In 1974, she went into exile and became one of the first women fighters in the People's Liberation Army, Namibia PLAN. She was an active member of the SWAPO Party Youth League, as well as the Women's League, where she became the secretary in 1980. Our speaker, who will deliver the eulogy, has served in several key cabinet positions throughout her distinguished guest career. She was the Deputy Minister of Wildlife, Conservation and Tourism from 1990 to 1991, the Minister of Youth and Sport from 1991 to 1996, and the Minister of Lands and Resettlement and Rehabilitation from 1996 to 2001. On January 26, 2001, she transitioned to the role of Attorney General, and in March 2005, she was appointed as Minister of Justice. Brothers and sisters, countrymen and women, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, please join me in extending a warm welcome to the podium for Comrade Pendukeni Ivula Itana. She will deliver the eulogy for a dedicative, revolutionary, and an unwavering advocate for our nation's freedom. Our founding father, the leader of the revolution and a pillar of society and a unifier.
Comrade, we remember Nujoma, we remember forever. We remember Shapoishuna, we remember Nujoma, we remember Nujoma, we remember forever.
Thank you, Directors of Ceremonies, Honorable Elder Philippe, Councillor for the Grootfontein constituency in the Otjozondjupa Region, and Mr. Gerald Nafenongo, Regional Director for Education, Otjozondjupa Region. Director of Ceremonies, allow me to acknowledge the presence in our midst of the Nujoma family, Mushimba, and Kondombolo family. They are together with us at this occasion. Honorable Peter Katjavivi, our Speaker for the National Assembly, who stands in the place of our President, His Excellency Comrade Dr. Nangolo Mbumba. Allow me to acknowledge the presence of the Governor of the Otjozondjupa Region, Comrade James Unomasa Werikwa, and other governors present. Air Marshal Martin Phineas Kambulu, Chief of the Defense Force of the Republic of Namibia, Chairperson of the Otjozondjupa Region, Comrade Marine Bakera, Chief Kambazembi of the Kambazembi Royal House, Comrade Imms Namaseb, Regional Coordinator for SWAPO in the Otjozondjupa Region, comrades and friends, all protocols observed. Director of Ceremonies, we are gathered here today to honor a gallant son of this soil, the founding president of the Republic of Namibia, who has left us, and the nation has been paying tribute in the respective regions. On February 9, 2025, Namibia woke up to the sad news that the founding president, Dr. Sam Nujoma, was no more, as he passed on the 8th of February 2025. The name Sam Nujoma is a household name. It symbolizes our resilience in the crucible of our national liberation struggle for freedom and independence. Founding president was the epitome and embodiment of our liberation struggle. The world came to know Namibia through him and SWAPO, which he led for 47 years. In Namibia's first democratic elections for a constituent assembly in 1989, SWAPO won that elections. After the adoption of the Namibian Constitution on the 9th of February 1990, President Sam Nujoma was unanimously elected by the National Assembly as the first president of the Republic of Namibia on the 16th of February 1990. On the 21st March 1990, President Nujoma was sworn in as the first president of the Republic of Namibia by the UN's Secretary General, then Javier Perez de Cuellar, and he declared at that particular moment, and I quote, "Our nation blazed the trail to freedom. It has arisen to its feet. As of today, we are the masters of our vast land, of our ancestors. The destiny of this country is now fully in our own hands. We should, therefore, look forward to the future with confidence and hope." Independence Day, this was set on the Independence Day on the 21st of March, 1990. It must be noted that Namibia, having endured years of colonialism, it became imperative to stabilize our newly acquired democracy. Thus, in 1999, the Parliament of the Republic of Namibia amended the Constitution to allow President Nujoma to run for a third and final term in office, given that in his first term, he was not elected by direct universal suffrage by the people of Namibia. Through his leadership, SWAPO adopted the policy of national reconciliation, amplifying one of SWAPO's popular slogans under the motto, "One Namibia, One Nation." And in Nujoma's inaugural presidential speech, and I quote, "Taking the destiny of our country in our own hands meant, among other things, making a great effort to forge a national identity based on a common resolve and unity of purpose and action, as well as setting for ourselves higher standards of equality, justice, opportunity for all our people, irrespective of color, race, ethnicity, or place of origin." Consequently, under his leadership, he successfully united all Namibians into a peaceful, tolerant, and democratic society governed by the rule of law. In recognition of his dedication and selfless sacrifice to the national liberation struggle and nation building, the Parliament of the Republic of Namibia enacted a legislation conferring on him the status of founding father of the Namibian nation in 2005 through an Act of Parliament, Act 16 of 2005. As a true democrat, President Nujoma stepped down as head of state on the 21st of March 2005, handing over the reins of power to his successor, His Excellency Dr. Hifike Punye Pohamba. As would be expected, President Nujoma also stepped down as president of the SWAPO Party after 47 years of service to the Namibian people. His legacy and contribution as Commander-in-Chief of the People's Liberation Army of Namibia PLAN will forever be engraved in the history of our great nation. President Nujoma also served as the leader of the SWAPO Party for 47 years and the only Commander-in-Chief of the People's Liberation Army of Namibia PLAN, SWAPO's military wing. After 47 years at the helm of the SWAPO Party, President Nujoma also stepped down as the first president of that party on the 30th of November 2007, handing over the reins of power to his successor, His Excellency Dr. Hifike Punye Pohamba. In recognition of his outstanding work, selfless sacrifice, unwavering commitment and service to humanity, he was bestowed the title of Leader of the Namibian Revolution by the SWAPO Party 4th Congress of 2007. Dear mourners, the duty of telling a life story of a person of such a stature can be a daunting task. Having placed Nujoma's journey and accomplishments ahead of the genesis could be considered unorthodox. I now wish to reflect his birth and upbringing. The founding president, Dr. Sam Nujoma, was born on the 12th of May, 1929, at Etunda village, Umsati region in the northern part of Namibia, to Tatekulu Daniel Utoni Nujoma and Kuku Helvi Pingana Kondombolo. President Nujoma's parents, as well as his grandfather and many generations before them, were born in Ukwambi district and were both from the royal families of that region. He was the firstborn in the family of 11 siblings in the following order: Sam Shafishuna, Maria Nandiolo, Frida Nanjala, Sophia Napopie, Hiskia Asino, Munoti Sho, Noah Malima, Stephanus Omagano, David Elago, Elia Shivute, and Julia Namkua. His sister Maria, born after him, unfortunately died when she was a child. They were 6 males. President Nujoma himself, Tate Hiskia Nujoma, Tate Noah Nujoma, Tate Stephanus Nujoma, Tate David, and Tate Elia Nujoma. And then 5 females. Currently, there is only one female left, their last-born Meme Julia Iyambo, ne Nujoma, and two brothers, Tate Hiskia and Noah Nujoma. As the eldest son, President Nujoma had to look after his siblings, even carrying the little ones on his back. Like all boys of those days, he also looked after his parents' livestock and assisted with home chores, including cultivating millet, known as mahangu in the local language. His upbringing nurtured in him a sense of culture, and in his own words, a nation without culture is like a tree without roots. President Nujoma received his primary education from Okahau, finished mission school from 1937 to 1945. In 1946, he moved to the coastal town of Walvis Bay to live with his aunt, Julia Gebhardt. The following year, at the age of 17, he got his first employment in a store where he was earning a monthly salary of 10 shillings only. It was in Walvis Bay that he got exposed to modern world politics when he met soldiers from Argentina, Norway, and other parts of Europe who had been brought there at Walvis Bay during the Second World War. At the beginning of 1949, President Nujoma went to live in Windhoek with his uncle Hiskia Kondombolo after the passing on of his aunt Julia Gebhardt, and started working for the South African Railways. During this period, he attended adult night school at St. Barnabas in the Windhoek Old Location. He further studied for his junior certificate through correspondence at the Trans-Africa Correspondence College in South Africa. On 6 May 1956, President Nujoma got married to Madame Kovambo Theopoldine Kashimune, who was born on the 10th of March 1933 in Windhoek. They had 4 children: Utoni Daniel, who was born in 1952, John Deshipanda, born in 1955, Zakaria Nefungo, born in 1957, and a daughter, Nelago, born in 1959. Sadly, Nelago passed away when she was 18 months old, when President Nujoma was already in exile. With a deep passion for politics and yearning to see his people free from restricted pass law system and confined according to ethnic groupings, President Nujoma resigned from the South African Railways in 1957 at the age of 29. He did so with the purpose of devoting his time to politics, as he would later tell us, and I quote, "Namibia is our God-given country. We have no other but Namibia, and we have to be there. Those who are trying to stand in our way to freedom, it is obvious we will smash them to pieces. Whether Botha, Reagan want it or not, Namibia shall be free. We will seize it from the hands of the Boers." End of quote. Dear mourners, Namibia's revolution has many chapters. On the 2nd of August 1957, Herman Toivo ya Toivo and others in Cape Town formed the Ovamboland People's Congress, OPC. President Nujoma received a copy of OPC Constitution, and on the 19th of April 1959, he formed the Ovamboland People's Organization, OPO, together with Jacob Kuhangwa in Windhoek, when Yatoivo had been deported to the then Ovamboland. In the same year, President Nujoma was elected as the president of the Ovamboland People's Organization, OPO, the forerunner to SWAPO. At a time when the idea of Southwest Africa politics was still developing, from 1947, when Chief Kutako, the paramount chief of the Vaherero people, was visited by Reverend Michael Scott, who worked as a British clergyman with the Anglican Church in South Africa and spoke genuinely to the indigenous people as equals. Reverend Michael Scott became the first link of the indigenous people with the outstanding world and helped to start the long struggle for Southwest Africa freedom and independence by demanding the end of South African colonial occupation and placing the then Southwest Africa under the UN trusteeship system. Through this, President Nujoma petitioned the United Nations in the late 50s, together with Chief Hosea Kutako, Samuel Vetboy, Theophilus Hamtumbangera, Andimbo Toivo ya Toivo, and Andimba Toivo ya Toivo. Subsequently, President Nujoma, together with Wacha Kaukwetu of Swano and Moses Garwap and others, organized resistance against the forcible removal of the inhabitants of the old location to the new township of Katutura, which was based on the apartheid policy of tribal and racial segregation. This culminated in the massacre of 12 innocent people and wounding many others on the 10th of December 1959. Among those massacred was Anna Kakruka de Mungunda. After the massacre, President Nujoma was arrested and charged with organizing the resistance as the president of OPO and was instrumental in mobilizing the workers to join OPO. By the directive of the OPO leadership and in collaboration with Chief Hosea Kutako, he went into exile on the 1st of March 1960 via the then British Botswanaland Protectorate. With the assistance of Daniel Munamava, President Nujoma crossed the borders into Botswanaland. From Botswanaland, he proceeded into southern Rhodesia, now Zimbabwe, then into northern Rhodesia, now Zambia, and then into Tanganyika, now the United Republic of Tanzania. He then went through Kenya and Sudan, and in April 1960, he arrived in Accra, Ghana. While in Accra, there was a positive action conference in progress organized by President Kwame Nkrumah against the French government's testing of atomic bomb in the Sahara Desert. At the time, my apologies, my system jumped. Please bear with me. President Nujoma later attended the All-African People's Conference organized by President Kwame Nkrumah in Ghana, where he also met Patrice Lumumba and Joseph Kasavubu from the Congo, as well as Frantz Fanon, representing the Algerian National Liberation Front, FLN. President Nkrumah was a strong proponent of Pan-Africanism, and he told that conference, and I quote, "Without concrete and sustained peace and stability, Africa's economic growth and poverty eradication will remain unfulfilled dreams. They will make our promises empty and a betrayal to the African masses. We must act collectively to nurture their hopes and make their dreams come true." End of quote. After Ghana, President Sam Nujoma proceeded to Liberia and finally reached the United States of America in June 1960, where he joined the late Mbrumba Kerina, who was already in New York with Reverend Michael Scott, appearing before the UN Committee on Southwest Africa. He then petitioned before the UN Fourth Committee of the General Assembly, demanding the end of South African colonial administration of Southwest Africa. Other Namibians who petitioned at the time were Reverend Marcus Kopper from Hwachanas, Hans Bukes and Ismail Fortune. Moses Garwat and Zedekia Ngavirwe reached the United Nations the following year, 1961. They all acted as a group and not as representatives of different political parties. Meanwhile, OPO was renamed the Southwest Africa People's Organization, SWAPO, on the 19th of April 1960, and President Nujoma was elected as the president of the movement in absentia. Early in January 1961, President Nujoma returned to Africa after he spent 6 months in New York and started to open SWAPO's external offices starting in Dar es Salaam. At the beginning of March 1961, President Nujoma attended the third All-Africa People's Conference in Cairo, Egypt, which was hosted by President Gamal Abdel Nasser. President Nujoma requested President Nasser to offer the opportunity of military training to SWAPO members, and Nasser assured him of such opportunities. During the course of the conference, President Nujoma met a representative from the Yugoslav government who invited him to Belgrade to meet President Josip Broz Tito. He later attended the formation of the non-aligned movement in Belgrade in 1961. That same year, President Mwalimu Kambarage Julius Nyerere formed the Pan-African Freedom Movement of East Africa, Central and Southern Africa, known as PAF-MEXA, which played an important role by uniting the African liberation movements. In May 1963, President Nujoma went to Addis Ababa, Ethiopia, to witness the formation of the Organization of African Unity, OAU. The OAU was formed by 32 African states. Later on, the OAU set up the African Liberation Committee, the OAU Coordinating Committee for the Liberation of Africa, with headquarters in Dar es Salaam, Tanzania. The same year, President Nujoma opened SWAPO office in Algiers at the time of the invitation of Ahmed Ben Bella, the first Prime Minister of independent Algeria. President Nujoma used the opportunity to lobby for military assistance for SWAPO. President Nujoma was given 4 weapons, 2 Perpetuals submachine guns and 2 Tete pistols with spare magazines, which he carried in a bag all the way from Algeria to Dar es Salaam. With those weapons, SWAPO was able to launch the first action of the armed liberation struggle on the 26th of August 1966 at Omgurugombashe in Umsati region. In March 1966, in a bid to test South Africa's claim that at the International Court of Justice at The Hague, that Namibians in exile were free to return, President Nujoma, accompanied by former President Hifikepunye Pohamba, chartered a plane to Windhoek. On arrival at the airport, they were arrested and deported back to Zambia on the 21st of March 1966. After the Battle of Omgurugombashe, many SWAPO leaders were detained and put on trial under the South African Terrorism Act, which was rushed through Parliament in June and gazetted retrospectively to 1962 to enable the South African courts to sentence SWAPO freedom fighters to death. Among them was the late comrade Andimba Toivo Toivo, who was later sentenced to 18 years imprisonment on Robben Island. Under President Nujoma's leadership, from 26 December 1969 to 2nd January 1970, SWAPO held its consultative congress at Tanga, Tanzania, which helped the movement to have proper structures such as the People's Liberation Army of Namibia, SWAPO, Namibia PLAN, SWAPO's military wing, SWAPO Women's Council, SWAPO Elders Council, and SWAPO Youth League, including the affiliated workers' union. This helped SWAPO to carry out the liberation struggle effectively based on its 3-pronged strategies of the political front, the diplomatic front, and the armed liberation struggle. We shall continue to remember him. We shall continue to remember him for his popular mantra, and I quote, "A people united, striving to achieve a common good for all members of society will always emerge victorious," end of quote. On the diplomatic front, SWAPO was closely working with the OAU and the non-aligned movement, as well as all progressive countries and the anti-apartheid movement, in order to isolate the white minority regime in South Africa. Against this background, SWAPO was recognized as by the United Nations as the sole and authentic representative of the Namibian people, and was granted observer status at many international forums, as well as embassies, especially in India and Iran. On the political front, SWAPO was able to mobilize the people of Namibia to join the liberation struggle. On the military front, SWAPO was able to effectively use modern guerrilla warfare tactics and strategies, causing heavy casualties on the South African apartheid forces, including its stooges of the so-called Southwest Africa Territory Force, SWATF, and the Kufuts. This was all under President Nuyoma's leadership, and Nujoma cautioned that, and I quote, "In any people's war, it is not the armament that is decisive, a decisive factor. I repeat, in any people's war, it is not the armament that is a decisive factor in a people's war. It is the people's willingness to make sacrifices," end of quote. From 1977 to 1978, President Nujoma led the SWAPO negotiations team between the Western Five Contact Group and South Africa on the one hand, and the frontline states in Nigeria on the other, which culminated in the adoption of UN Security Council 435 of 1978. However, the Reagan administration tried by all means to prevent the implementation of that resolution and linked the issue of the independence of Namibia to the withdrawal of Cuban internationalist forces from Angola. Nujoma had this to say about this, and I quote, "History has taught us how the enemies of peace, freedom, and social progress have caused divisions, political instability, and economic sabotage in some sister countries on the African continent, and embarked upon maneuvers and machinations in order to mislead and convert some of our fellow African compatriots and turn them against their own people with a view to reverse the gains of our freedom and independence," end of quote. The war culminated in the Battle of Quito-Cuanavaro, where the combined FAPLA forces of Angola, together with the Cuban internationalist forces and the combatants of the People's Liberation Army of Namibia PLAN, inflicted heavy casualties on the enemy forces, forcing apartheid regime to the negotiation table. Thereafter, on the 19th of March 1989, the signing of the ceasefire agreement with South Africa took place, which resulted in the implementation of UN Security Council Resolution 435 in 1989. As he would say on the 21st of March 1990, and I quote, "For the Namibian people, the realization of our most cherished goal, namely the independence of our country and the freedom of our people, is a fitting tribute to the heroism and tenacity with which our people fought for this long-awaited day," end of quote. Throughout his 95 years, President Nujoma has accumulated a treasure trove of experiences, successes, and lessons that have shaped him into a remarkable individual that he was. His affectionate laughter and smile, his profound wisdom, and his enduring love for those around him served as a beacon of light, inspiring all who crossed his path to live with joy, gratitude, and heart full of love. The founding president's legacy stretches across all generations, forming a formidable bridge between the 20th and the 21st centuries, between old and young, between the generation of the liberation struggle and the born frees. His journey through the 9.5 decades is a testament to the power of human resilience and the wisdom that comes with age. Being a great teacher, he told and cautioned us that, and I quote, "Our achievement of independence imposes upon us a heavy responsibility not only to defend our hard-won liberty, but also to set ourselves higher standards of equality, justice, and opportunity for all without regard to race, creed, or color." End of quote. These are the standard from all who seek to emulate us shall draw inspirations. During his lifetime, President Nujoma was bestowed with numerous honors and awards for his outstanding leadership, courage, and total commitment towards the creation of a non-racial society in Namibia. In addition, founding President Dr. Sam Nujoma was awarded numerous honorary degrees, 15 in total, as well as 4 honorary citizenship of cities such as Atlanta, San Francisco, New York, and the city of East Palo Alto in the United States of America. His Excellency President Dr. Sam Nujoma is survived by his dear wife, Meme Theopoldine Kovambo Nujoma, and 3 children. They are also blessed with 27 grandchildren, 11 great-grandchildren. He is also survived by 3 siblings, and as well as many nieces and nephews, including many adopted children. In conclusion, reading this long eulogy of our beloved founding father, let me say the following. Farewell, our leader, Dr. Sam Nujoma. Though you are gone from this world, your love and memories will always guide us. Your spirit will forever live in our hearts. Though it hurts to say goodbye, we know you are at a better place. Go well, our founding president and leader of the Namibian nation. Until we meet again, and may you rest in peace. I thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Pendukeni Mvula Itana, our dear mother and comrade, for the eulogy very well articulated. Dear mourners, fellow Namibians, next on our program, we will have a performance by the Namibian Defence Force military band. Thank you. Our next speaker is Honorable Bartholomeus Shangheta, former Regional Councillor of Otavi, as well as former Member of Parliament. He is the Regional Coordinator of PLAN here in the Otjozondjupa Region, and he would be speaking on behalf of the Association of PLAN. My dear brother and comrade.
My dear comrade, my dear comrade, my dear comrade, rest in power. My dear comrade, my dear comrade, my dear comrade.
Thank you very much, Director of Ceremony. His Excellency Dr. Nangor Mbumba, President of the Republic of Namibia, presented by Chief Mourner, Honorable Speaker, Prof. Katjavivi, Her Excellency Vice President, the Republic of Namibia, Vice President and the President-elect, as well as Vice President of SWAPO Party, Her Excellency Netumbo Nandi-Ndaitwah, and the retired Lieutenant General, the Professor Denga Ndaitwah. Honorable Governor of Otjozondjupa Region, Comrade Urika, Mekuru, Founding First Lady of the Republic of Namibia, Mekuru Koambo Nujoma, and the children, the entire family, all protocol observed. Dear mourners, today we are gathered here as a shared sermon to commemorate the life of the revolutionary leader and the icon of the Namibian liberation struggle, Commander-in-Chief of the People's Liberation Army of Namibia, of PLAN, founding president, father of the Namibian nation, His Excellency Dr. Sam Nujoma, a visionary leader. Comrade Tatekulu Nujoma will remember his stand commitment to the liberation struggle and the unity of our motherland. His visionary leadership was instrumental, shaping Namibia into a viable independent nation as it is today. Today we are mourning in the honor, Comrade, a humble man, and a true revolutionary who devoted his life, sovereignty, national building, and continuous development of Namibia. This is a deeply humbling moment to tribute to the son of the soil, the pivotal legacy, the son of the soil, the founding father of our nation. Esteemed leaders, SWAPO Party, our relevant first president, chosen one destiny to guide the people of Namibia towards our independence. Comrade Nujoma unwavering commitment and resilience and hope provided the foundation for so many of us to join the liberation struggle, uniting in the face of oppression and the horrors of apartheid. He stood for the Namibian people and played a critical role in founding PLAN, initiating the guerrilla warfare against Operation White Apartheid. Let us remember and celebrate Nujoma's for sacrifices he made, the tireless fight for our liberation and the vision to free Namibia, and the relentless pursuit as a champion of social, political, and economic reform. His visionary leadership transcended the challenge or the challenge of the present propelled him beyond borders and leave us into the heads of the people's servant. Comrade Nujoma tirelessly advocate for our cause in the international forum, fostering alliances with global powers, where even if many suffered under the oppression weighted of apartheid. After Namibia had won independence, he chosen to embrace the national reconciliation, urging us to forgive and build a nation where future generations could prosper. As we let us embody the value still like the importance of unity, resistance against tribalism, and determination. Vision 2030, we must strive, uplift our community, and become the leaders nation deserves. As we mourn a great loss, let us unite as a nation, celebrate the life of Comrade Nujoma, not only through words, but through actions reflecting of his enduring legacy. The blood of our fallen heroes waters our freedom, and we owe it to them, to nature, and to protect it. Though he may no longer walk among us, His Excellency Sam Nujoma's spirit will forever remain woven into the fabric of our society. Let us resolve to uphold his vision by ensuring that the project he championed, for such as the train project and our educational initiatives, endures. I extended my heartfelt love and support to the Nujoma's family, to all loved ones, and to the Namibian nation during this profound time of loss. It is indeed a painful moment as we grieve and passing of a true hero, one whose absence is left not just in Namibia, but across the continent of Africa. They say that those who loved never truly leave us, rather they walk beside us every day. Though we might not see or hear him, his guiding presence will continue to inspire us as in our leadership and our pursuit excellence. Finally, the heavy rain, as Honorable Governor said, that have marked his departure, symbolizes the profound loss of a true leader. In our culture, my legacy endure, guiding us towards a bright future for Namibia. A bright future for Namibia. Comrade Founding President, the leader of the Namibian Revolution, our former chief and commander of the People's Liberation Movement Namibia PLAN, go well Tatekulu, go well Tatekulu. We salute you, we love you. May the soul of Comrade founding President Sam Nujoma rest in eternal peace forever and ever. Amen. I thank you. There is a group of former PLAN combatants. I think they can come and join me here to sing some of the revolutionary songs that our Commander-in-Chief like most. Like Sema Uripeni, Yerure Pandera, Damono Wako Itatawaru, and we have also the flower that we need to give to the family. That's a break. Komesho makomileni. Umakomeshe dawe. Former PLAN combatants. Ileni tu salutinge tate kurunga hingo takalatu salutamo mfitumi. Oye komanda eto oye jopo. Okay. Yeah. Sema olipeni yelule pandela. Sema olipeni yelule pandela. Yelule pandela. Oля Namibia. Yelule pandela. Oля Namibia. Osho wakoita. Nujoma. Osho wakoita. Wasemana. Nujoma. Wajenina turoroka. Siyo twasidana. Wajenina turoroka. Siyo twasidana. Nata. Vikirako. Kwa Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Comrade Shangheta, the Regional Commander of PLAN here in Otjozondjupa Region. Those were our ex-combatants. We will be forever indebted. Namibia's history will not be able to be written without the members of PLAN. But Comrade Nujoma, rest assured us that Namibia will forever be free. Thank you very much. Next on our program, fellow Namibians, I'll be inviting two members that will speak on behalf of the Nujoma family. First of all, it is widely acknowledged that each of us are born into a family, and a family is the strongest unit of society. A strong family signifies a strong society. First and foremost, we would like to extend our gratitude once again to the Nujoma family, the Kondombolo family, and the Mushimba family for the incredible gift of Sam Nujoma to the Namibian society. At this juncture, I would like to invite to the podium a former Namibian diplomat and a military commander to speak on behalf of the family. The speaker, on behalf of the family, joined SWAPO's military wing in 1971. While in exile, he trained in the Soviet Union as an anti-aircraft artillery, a battalion commander, before becoming a PLAN platoon commander. He was appointed a detachment commander, then promoted to Chief of Air Force Defense, and later a staff of the Northeastern Front. By the end of the war, he was the PLAN Chief of Operations. Our next speaker is a soldier who fought and won many battles before and after independence, untimely leading our to victory and to a peaceful nation. The next speaker is a distinguished founder and a member of the Defense Force. He served as a policy and an operations director with the rank of a brigadier general. Later, he was promoted to Major General and appointed NDF Chief of Staff in 1995. Between 2000 and 2005, he held the position of Army Commander and the rank of Major General. Following this, he served as a Namibia High Commissioner to Zambia from 2005 to 2006. He was promoted to Lieutenant General and appointed Chief of Defense Force for Namibian Defense Force. Ladies and gentlemen, former plane fighters and army generals, and Dumedomo Fit, and dear Namibians, it is a great honor to introduce to you our distinguished guest figure to this podium. Please join me in welcoming Lieutenant General Martin Shalli, who will deliver a heartfelt statement on behalf of the family. Lieutenant General Shalli, a remarkable journey from the battlefields of our liberation struggle to the highest echelons of military leadership embodies the spirit of our nation's resilience and determination. Thank you very much. Accompanied by Meme, Asino, Elizabeth. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Director of our proceedings to this afternoon already. Yeah. Let me quickly make a correction and a change. There's been a miscommunication. I'm not the one who's going to speak on behalf of the family. So we have decided it's going to be Comrade Elizabeth. And I will just make a few remarks in tribute, very short statement on later after her. So my apology if there's any convenience caused by this arrangement. And with your permission, I would like to give her the floor. Yeah, to deliver the message on behalf of the family. And I close by way of paying very brief tribute. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Comrade. Director of Ceremonies, Honorable Professor Peter Katjavivi, Speaker of the National Assembly, and representative of the Chief Mourner, His Excellency Dr. Nangolo Mbumba, allow me to stand on the protocol that has been established. My name is Elizabeth Asino Joseph. I'm a member of the family and niece. To our family, the founding president, or Tatekuri as we affectionately call him, was more than a president. He was our teacher, he was our cheerleader, and our guiding light. As a teacher, Tatekuru led by example, demonstrating the power of discipline, humility, generosity, and resilience. The way he respected his mother and honored his family reminded us of the importance of love, tradition, and responsibility. Through his actions, he instilled in us the values of hard work, unity, and perseverance. Tatekulu always addressed his mother as Meme, never mentioning her name, and graciously accepted her reprimands. I remember visits to Etunda when my grandmother would insist that he go to church. No matter how busy his schedule was, he would oblige. And then there were times, and then there was the matter of his facial hair. Kuku would always say, "Se mashinga watumangano kukuru ramatsa." He would just give that hearty laugh and that will mean so much, and say, "Meme, say dume domom fitu." I will not translate that. Please translate to your neighbors. Through his travels around the country, he would find sick people who needed special medical attention. He would bring them to Windhoek and place them in our homes if his house was too full, from where they would be taken to doctors for treatment. He did the same for vulnerable children. Today, many of those children have benefited from his benevolence and are now successful professionals in various fields, helping uplift their families and contributing to nation building. As our teacher, Tatekulu never hesitated to correct us when we strayed. He would take us aside privately for a stern talk, but in public, he simply gave us that eye, a look that we, the Gen X, understand all too well. Tatekulu, as our cheerleader, celebrated our achievements with great enthusiasm and pride. No milestone was too small for him to acknowledge, and he always encouraged us to reach our greatest heights. I have never met anyone as charming as Tatekulu. I'm sure those of you who had the chance to interact with him would agree with me. He had a remarkable way of making each of us feel like the most special person in the world. His attention, kindness, and courtesy was unparalleled. I later realized that he had created a unique space for each of us, a place where we were kings, best friends, princesses, completely secured and untouched by anyone else. As our guiding light, Tatekulu led us with wisdom and strength, showing us the way even in the darkest of moments. His presence reassured us, his words inspired us, and his actions taught us the meaning of true leadership. No matter how challenging the journey, he remained steadfast, always reminding us that determination and courage were, always reminding us that with determination and courage, we could overcome anything. This was especially evident when his sister, my mother, passed away at the height of COVID. During that heartbreaking time, he stood by us, guiding our family through the difficult decisions we had to make. As we bid farewell to this great son of the soil, we hold on to the lessons he taught us and the examples he set. He was a father to the nation and the pillar to our family. His spirit will continue to guide us, and his legacy will live on in our hearts forever. Rest in peace, Tatekulu. Your love, wisdom, and strength will remain with us. I thank you.
Dear Chief Mourner, and through you, we convey our condolences to President Nangolo Mbumba and the Commander-in-Chief of the Namibia Defense Force. And the Chief Mourner, in this case, is the Honorable Speaker of our National Assembly. Kuku Kovambo Nujoma, the widow, the children, and the entire Nujoma, Kondombolo, and the Mushimba families. Chief Military Mourner, Air Marshal Martin Kambulu Pinias, Chief of the Namibian Defense Force, Vice Chairperson of the Sam Nujoma Foundation, dear fellow veterans of the National Liberation Struggle, dear mourners. What a wonderful statement by a niece speaking on behalf of the family and saying, they have never seen, what's the word used? They've never seen a charming person than founding President Sam Nujoma. What we take away from here is, most of you, and you know who I'm talking about, who never even dare visit your villages, your families, to learn and take a coup from that statement. Otherwise, you are condemned to the wilderness. The other, I said it's going to be short. It's not going to be the same as the one I did in Windhoek, I promise you. This one is completely different. It's going to take a completely different angle as well. But all the same, we are talking about one same man, that gallant son of this soil. We're so proud to be citizens of. I like starting, I use different words, but listen here. Revolutionaries do not die. What do? They retire from life, we know. Comrade Nujoma, Sam Nujoma, founding president, leader for our revolution, commander-in-chief. It's time, I think, we come to terms that you have accomplished what you have come to do. You have come to accomplish your mission for which you were born, for which God sent you onto this earth. And for that, for goodness sake, all we can say, thank you very much. We never thank you enough. We say thank you very much as you lie before us. How much more do you think, or enough do you think, a person who's founding president of the Republic of Ireland, first president, there will be no other first president. He will be the first and last first president of the Republic of Namibia. Because there could have been a second or first, another first, but on that day, 1990, on 21st of March, before us and before the nation and before the world, it said, never ever again will Namibia become a colony again. Never. Namibia will remain free and free forever. You agree with me? Forever. So there will be no other second president or first president, whatever. Now, President Sam Kambazembi is the only person, I don't know any other, that was loved by enemies and friends alike. I've seen this for the last few days. Ardent the enemies of Sam Kambazembi, we thought they were, but they loved him. He was doing things right. Simple as that. That is the character of a man we are talking about here. The other day I was talking about those traits, special traits that inhabited in him. And there's a list of them. And you remember I was saying, Google. The Google I was saying is G-U-G-U-L-U. It's not G-O-O-G-L-E. There are two words there. There's Google and Google. If you have no Google app, then ask me how to download it. That's the one I was talking about. Because in there, on that app, it's all about, the only information it contained there is all about Sam Kambazembi. If you have not seen it, it's not the Google. Because there you can get any other rubbish you want. But there's that specific one, just for President Sam Kambazembi. From Okahau, Wolf Bay, Windhoek, Katutura pressing, walking alone into the wilderness to go and seek freedom and independence. He loved this country. Lester Iso, when he said goodbye to Ludwig Stanley, that dark night, what did he say? Why mwacho wanje dangi shinene kucha shimeko tokame terere independence. Yeah? What's it called? That's what he said. And independence he brought. Independence he brought. That's the man we're talking about. We want to thank him for his bravery together with the President Pohamba when they dared the South African racist regime, dared to challenge them, like you heard in statements, that they came to Windhoek to make a point. I think it sent shockwaves among us, the regime as a whole. If I were a South African policeman, I would have arrested them instead and sent them to prison, instead of sending them back. Because the South Africans have regretted that. From the literature that you don't know, they've said, my goodness sake, we have made a mistake. Huh? Look, one of the other guys said, nee man, man, stuur die twee wambos terecht man, wat sal hulle maak man daar? Yeah, they made a big mistake. They've made a big mistake. They made them heroes, people we are praising today, and we are glad, and we thank the Boers for having been so stupid not to cause any harm to them. Thank you very much. Bora manekis, Aba Malipo, Selenok Levendakas, donkey by donkey. Yeah. So, now, we talk about 4 weapons. Let us be clear, because it's history. These were 2 Pepesh machine guns. Each one of those Pepesh machines is capable of firing 100 rounds per minute, or 70, whatever you like. So, and they were considered the best weapons at the time. And 2 pistols, 30 pistols, and they're still in service. We just want to be that clear for historical reasons. So, for their bravery, I would like to thank these 2 grandsons of Namibia, President Nujoma and President Pohamba, for that daring mission. Would like also to take this opportunity to thank Comrade Sam Nujoma for, together with Comrade Peter Nanyemba, for building up the People's Liberation Army of Namibia into that formidable, effective, fearful fighting machine that we're all so proud of. And it is that culture that we have brought back to Namibia and when we formed the Namibia Defense Force. Guys in uniform, all of you, be proud of what you are. And Chief of Defense Force, Air Marshal Pinius, Martin Pinius, we want to thank you very much. Thank you very much. That's not all. This plane, which is carrying the remains, immortal remains of our founding president, must be preserved. First, there must be a mark on that plane to distinguish it between the others, whatever it is. The moment you come there, you know this is the plane, not that one, but this particular one. And when you decommission it, I know it's a long way away, 30 years from now, never mind, have a statement in the office to say, whenever this plane is decommissioned, it must be placed in a place where future generations can really climb on that thing, wreck or not wreck at that time, but it must be maintained and then show and see that yes, indeed, so many years, 100, 200, 300 years, a million years, the remains, the immortal remains of Sam Nujoma were flown in this, plus the history of the pilots and all the rest. Very important. That's why we should leave that legacy. Earlier on, we made other suggestions. I will not go into those details, including medals and all that. And we also want to encourage the Sam Nujoma Foundation. You are the custodian, primarily, or second, to SWAPO. SWAPO, number 1, this legacy. Do something about it. In oral, written, visual forms, and all the rest of it. How you do it is all your problem, but you just have got to do it. Then, next is the foundation. Please, don't never abolish that foundation. You have people who have this tendency of destroying things after that. No, it's no longer foundation. You want to rename it, this. No ways, man. So it must remain as it is. Yeah, so, and then advance it. I'm moving to a conclusion. I don't want to make any statement further today. So, except to say, look, behind every successful man, warrior or so, there must be someone with either women or men, but in this case, there was a strong woman, and that woman is Kuku Kovambo Nujoma. Mekulu, if you are watching or listening, all of us who have served under your late husband, want to thank you, especially for being together for so many, many years during difficult times. Thank you for your contribution, for taking care of him for us. We would like also at the same time to thank the entire family, Nujoma, Kondombolo, and Mushimba families. Some of you, we just got to know you very recently, and I want to single out something special about you. As a family, as members of these great three families, you don't go around to boasting about Nujoma, oh, I'm this, I'm this, I'm this, I'm this. I've seen people. Because in the family, there's just a corporal, and everybody say, I'm a son, corporal, I'm a son of. This corporal is my uncle, is my aunt. What if that corporal was president in your family? So, yes, you're going to be proud, but thank you very much for the behaviors, and you also said it here in the statement. It's true, I just want to qualify. Quite honestly, I said it's a short tribute in addition to the message that was read here. And the thing is, we are here, 15. We are 15. 15. Some are family members, some are not family members, like myself. But we, all 15 of us, we are here representing the Nujoma, the Mushimba, and Kondombolo families. I want you to know, why were these guys in Irundu? Why were these guys in Katima Muriro? Why are they here today? Why are they going to be there tomorrow? This is exactly, we are representatives of these families. Nujoma was a father to all of us, and he would wish that we all could represent the family everywhere, but we are representing the family, just in case you wondering why. That's one. Finally, not lastly, finally, for today, only finally today, this story and talking about Sam Nujoma will not end here. Will not end on the Friday. It will not end Saturday. It will continue. But please, as Namibians, let's do this to celebrate. Let's walk on the talk. Let's promise ourselves that yes, indeed, we are going to honor the life of this man in earnest. By doing so, it's only when we rededicate ourselves to his legacy. President Pohamba, you heard him saying, look, continue with this railway ends at Ondangwas, now to Chicago. Someone must take it to Shakati and to Rakana later on, or pull the other one from Cape Firio and move it to Zambia and across Africa. And so forth. Everything is started must be continued. I don't want to dilute that message, but there's a legacy that we're talking about. You see? It's very important. But most important, it is not about unity. Unity of purpose and unity of action. We must know what the unity is in order to be able to practice it. But this is really our religion must be in the Holy Communion. Besides the Holy Communion we are familiar with, must be unity. We must sleep it, eat it, walk it, and so forth. When you are thirsty, drink unity. Love for our country, for our people, for our friends, for our neighbors. Don't hate a person just because he doesn't look like you. And the other way around. This is very important. These are his teachings. We will continue to advocate this legacy and practice the legacy. Peace and stability we have in this country, honestly, the moment things can go wrong, very fast, and you've seen it. You've seen it. So let us protect our hard-won freedom and independence at all cost. At all cost. It's very important, and many others. We have said this, we'll continue to say that. I think before I know I'm saying things I was saying in Windhoek and repeating myself, all the things have been said. What else do you say that was not said? Over the last few days, complete history. Otherwise we'll keep on repeating ourselves, It's important, it's an emotional thing. We've lost a great man, our father, our brother, our leader, our teacher, and the list goes on and goes on. So finally, two finals, there's another one coming. Yeah, come to an end. Yeah, with those words, yeah, I would like to wish you, comrades, President Sam Nujoma, an enjoyable retirement. Go well. I will not say that because I'm in the military. So quite to me to this adikui okapembe skondo boroshea spedishea inima shikeshea inima fa numenuta jo. Yeah. You see? Nando olambara nangobere nyari tirika na akana hambo kali ne dinari mwali doesn't only have one nene shike Emburu, I don't know what they used to call him. May your soul, Commander-in-Chief, President of the Republic of Namibia, founding president, continue to rest in peace. We thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Elizabeth Asino Joseph, who spoke on behalf of the family. And we are thankful to Lieutenant General Martin Shalli for that reinforcement once again. I think all of us needed that. Especially that we are in Grootfontein. As introduced earlier, my name is Gerhard Steve Ndafenongo, and I'm the Regional Director of Education, Arts and Culture in the Otjozondjupa Regional Council. I am assisting my main director, Honorable Elde Philippe, to direct this ceremony this afternoon. Of course, as Lieutenant General put it, we are thankful. We are celebrating, we are cherishing, we are honored that a great man has lived, a great man has freed our country, a great man has unified us. May his legacy of our esteemed founding father lives forever. Our founding father once reminded us that a nation without culture is like a tree without roots. When the wind blows, it uproots that tree. Therefore, our next speaker will deliver a message on behalf of the traditional authorities. Of course, we all know, we all have learned this week and before that our founding father, Dr. Sam Nujoma, his leadership and dedication to persevering to preserve our cultural heritage has been instrumental in maintaining unity and strength of our community. He loved all the Namibians, but he had a very soft spot for traditional authority. Therefore, ladies and gentlemen, welcome on the podium Chief Sam Kambazembi from the Kambazembi Royal House. Chief, the floor is yours.
Ya, okunena kuhepa, utenga eminike omtiti wa ruhoro mutenga oshurushe hiretu o presidenta Ngolo Mbumba amepitire mu muhinda we mtiti wa ruhoro no mutenga omuhamithe wenji wetu oleta Professor Peter Katjavivi. Simba lumbo eminike wakura menepo shikutuma velumba ave bari epothondangi njihira poita kushabanjere osho shikutu kohoromende yetu iliangite hiyo shiwana mu bandube chimuna chimaje ngita na oshiwana sha Namibia mashishondondo oshisha tatu mina njete bigorife mama mungure ohoromende mukuru mwa baramba byungura bihembe ngura muhoromende angwari nei guru muhamide bihabero kehi on foundation na hiyo shiwana simba lumbe puesha meritidire tombinika jatwa pewa iyo wenji pe orubede wakaonjite byungura mbi abe bari mwaminiko nambano chiwana tuliporo velorudeu aimeri bara osho mundo muninga ndushinene kokusha diondi mbakura mamba menara uhona pare ombadu menara mahona pare ombadu ina Otjozondjupa amimekura menepo Kambazembi no uhona pare wasi mochumukwe ista kehia Chief Bobo na wina uhona pare ware mo matako ya Chief Gloni Arnold. Bano wandu wetu mianga ya shimba kuramba moshiavero shatate mona neombagu mushuwe kushami unenu medupi ami wamonde kurona iwandu mbatiro njembu yaka chivisho wanga chiavetu puka veiko Angola chiaveiko shawana ami bari moruko ngondri robandu mbaka katira kwa shawana hiyo shiwana Novembro 30 shimato orwa hiyo mura mwanje Stanley Kanduketu Ludwig okudame pako gandupo poboda shawana anjami hya kwatwa beku terekare wa uriri no kwiri pura mundu olombulo 30 gweri raero muni nguno ndando no upendambo okuhungamo komake hero kienda ke hike hero kienda no ndando kusha maka kutulo Namibia papitirambo olonga ndamarara wandu be mutu orambo kumutwa kumau kumuna mava amamumba kwatwa olombura ndano kombunda anao amishime kwatwa shimete olondunge shimeka uto skole moshawana hanje nandise Nujoma lihingirwa pomiriro ngurova itherekarero iyo banene polongandade no wakwao omakurawe obanene puye bapitirambo abeingo pothomana yao kana ya inganene shine nando ongwe mena kusha eye waro mutoro wanjambi kudambo waurika njira mbambatenga puye imbao mana getamuna ponga tamune warihe ombe mukushirire mongwava osho shishevere waya kukwa kwao aikoni yoka ahaka panderango akachita koma matiti akaunguro biungurambia ira chalumba kutoka mu Afrika ekunguro biungurambio ngando Namibia yetu haikutuka mumirongo hamodatu na muyu shima heruka poroshanya yaro ndero hathea kutako anjamo mundo mutiti olomboro 24 opumbali olorali doshira akuhe kumai po birongo papai mocho mwitenga dupenje wino pumbali nambano orwedo ndeshita no kutuka osho mundu nguma chiwombalu watwapo orutu kihi yomuyaruke advocate kolongwidi kokusha koshikondono na kusha mehindi omahona ngariko gututho gututumuna wombalu oene kombundo byungura kolongwidi ohona wetu wa Kambazembi ohona mezo kutamuna watsumukwe wesa na matako oshuadhi kama aude mburugwa iyo horomende kanderembo watwapo onjuo yoshira tashombalu omahona paraehe pumayoronga nene okuhingiro bina byondungiro mo Namibia na wina ohunga no mahona parewa olombalu oshoma ohona ngari ke yonikidire yoba apa ngae habarwa okudambo putwa mwina kusha shiri na ngware hiredura kutuka matu hupumo uyara oetemba matu hakaene oshobana ne ombalu yaro biungura bya ihoishiwana ngwararangu no ina kwango kupede mbako kusha amishimba dano kukwatwa olombura ndano esha kapitilambo baroma shumulando mutengo kukwatwa moshiwana shetu ombumba pero enandi dimamumu ndashangwambo sem kanara kala kolo baepela ka barukwa mena kushewe kukapitilambo oshimbiri sema Kambazembi ndiondi hapewe naro sherero anjiba nene banje mabeja shimbakane naro sherero ndi mari ithanewa sema ri haithanewa eriyo muningandu oromeni yana mbia shala no kukutuka rukuru mu mirongo mubyu na mbali emuno byungura mu horomende mu ruparo baungure mu mirongo mubyu na ndatu ne mirongo mubyu na hambo umwe obakotoke bashawana chimabe ya mongama anje morupa mumbiri runano pangamo shirwa Moses Garwe pongoro minister anje enjihindike pako kombero hapa kwa kaunguri yango kuna nombero onjo hiyo shiwana emuithane muhindi konga makusha kwa heruko bandu bazo kushawana mianga kushawiye ndengo ukakuro bandu epangamo shiragoro pengito nongo mbirike pako ashamuka mei kongama mianga kushawiye brave shidera no homeya wahautonje mianga kushawiye terere ombarama harero moshinene mena kushawo monjira anjo mawango ngama iwake hiya maheke chitwa chita twi mongama akuro bandu beriki hodo tenda atuhitimo shiwana arandolo ngombe wandaveri mongama ahindwa ihyo shiwana wandumba shiwa lako mkondo winji ya khanzi awepitire po mamuno ahindi oshuru shwa honoru wedendo na ingoro senior councilor kahure ke ona pare wambandiru eketuba lako isepa okupitira mwami arandolo ngombe mawango no hanje kaitiro shimaliba ongomba tukambura uriri ati anja ko shiwana shiri ahindwa ihyo shiwana kombunda chipa kutoka amoshikano shitenga tengo kienda ko State House bapu na senior councilor kahure ekapo imari yambyo yaruka konko isepa ekathoto ngombe oshari no ruthiro ndutambo ko bandube omakaendero chimale kaenda omunene Stanley abo ko shawana ko ikando ibari imede impuruka enjiba da mosho mwithe atuipamwe ko State House akakoritha omukwa ngumaweshi watana umahongia pekara abeka hitamo kanjwa methwamba pothi baro kendo ikandombyo ko State House vikando byaro bahakana naye oko maheka mbingurira ko maheke moromende o kihiyo unane wonga wana meklauta kihiyo unane omea ushuru shapako na inguro onga wana amaheke pionga na tengurimba cha twalo mudombongariro nguroba ihe watuberero kutuithana okututhekarero mahongi peke peke nokututulene na monjira aroha metraire kusha katfaro bana chikolo skole etembutungura moromende ngatungure no matha chinene kusha tutunge hiretu chikando charo no hatwipame kuchombinde eka arara mo hotela ara ponjo urilo wandu menaro ruthubero atukarara pamwe ponje yopaka uri viera metu ondini etatura metu rarwe muko munene rukuru apenduka mwine etupendura atutupuka pamwe puno basheberebe amenje mawangu amo mutanda chinene emuno kusha ameto kutupuka ameto kutido oshikarahi mutu inamba walo kilo mbari kurama onda wetu poka beta tiaruka okuya shiri oshimesha amimba panyara tate nona mimbi apanjara iheo shiwana omambo chiri wari hiyo shiwana orondu wathuberere ngamwa mundu munamimbia abangona mimbia ikaonje ko murungu ko banane bumaethi wako mbunda batho wako mbunda maweka mbure hindi arwe shima muungura shimwa hakuyepa shimwa hakuurwa dedemburuka nayi chikando chitheni na chifari pamwe yari mu December yo 2023 atuye bari pamwe po atuye pamwe atwana ngako mukandi obanene iyo mutena kwanje tilaho na munjembo ko ngandana munjembo ko hangwena region oburu charu maka neto mathenina shadirembo onjira mamwishiwa abere oyenda uyekuthanangu oshimesha shiri bino hange shinene kushambakare popelo petambo naye enoho kadembire Ludwig Stanley mele mburukana wakusha Ludwig Stanley shawa moshawana atubukithwa kwa mau ko Nazareta ngwa ithano baungure wa Nazareta ahindondera wa ambulance no baungure no banganga ayi ko mau ayi muyeta mona mimbia ekupangitha ngandu ke warethenina chalamba chimaka pakwa koye ko farama ko shawana emupombakero yomuro mukuru apetungwewe moshawana po farama Ludwig Stanley ewe robaro bakuru kombunda nao ofereka de yeno haibere aikapita aikapakwa ko shawana wina peka tungwa ewe robaro bakuru shiri waro munane wetu wari tate wetu waro president wetu wetu thuberere wetu thira pamosha na Namibia oruthubero dudi mu Namibia ndino omenare bekambura kusha ombura njima iroko na imo Namibia oshidire chituri mondino moshibanda machira itha oruthuberondo oshimesha ndangi horomendi ya Namibia kokusha mwaungura mbitambo kuye nu kaubange wenu omenaro byungura bye okwehepa shinene yarureno hange.
We thank Chief Kambazembi for that tribute. Next, we will be treated to a performance by the Namibian Defense Force, Air Force Military Band. And then after that, we will welcome on the podium Comrade Imms Namaseb to give a tribute on behalf of the SWAPO Party. And I'm just signaling to Ndirimani that after the tribute by the SWAPO Regional Coordinator, that you give us 2 selections, please, just to prepare. May I now give the floor to the Namibian Defense Force, Air Force Military Band to give us a selection. Thank you very much, the Namibian Defense Force, Air Force Military Band, for that source of inspiration and pride of our nation. Our next item is a message of the SWAPO Party by Comrade Imms Namaseb. Please join me in welcoming Comrade Imms Namaseb to the podium.
Celebrate the life. We need that nice music. You must play the music first. I hope we do have a Dilimani here. We need a very strong and powerful music song. We are celebrating the life of our founding president, please. Can you give us 2 items?
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you, the Masters of Ceremonies, my Councillor, Felipe, and your colleague. Thank you so much. Honorable Speaker of the National Assembly, Comrade Professor Peter Katjavivi, acting on behalf of the Chief Mourner, our President, Dr. Nangolo Mbumba, the widow, Kuku, Kovango Nujoma, the family members, all Musimbas and Kondombolos, the nation, the SWAPO rank and file, the Namibian nation, and indeed the Africa continent. All protocols observed as established by the Masters of Ceremonies. On behalf of SWAPO, the 8th of February will go down as the darkest and the painful day in the history of our nation, for we have lost a great hero, a gallant son of the soil, founder of our nation and an extraordinary revolutionary leader. Lord has been said so far, a principled, fearless, selfless person whose determination was only to free Namibia from the clouds of racist apartheid system of South Africa. A commander-in-chief of the People's Liberation Army of Namibia, PLAN. It is with deep sorrow and a heavy heart that we mourn the passing on of our founding president, Dr. Sam Nujoma. He was not just a leader, that must be very clear. He was an extraordinary person. He was the torchbearer of our struggle, the architect of our independence, and the unwavering voice that reminded us that freedom is our birthright. It's your right to be free. As one of the founders of the Southwest Africa People's Organization, SWAPO, Dr. Sam Nujoma transformed it more than a political party. A SWAPO party has become a movement, a symbol of resistance, and the beacon of hope for the oppressed Namibians. With unyielding courage, he led our nation through the darkest days of oppression, inspiring generations to rise, resist, and reclaim their dignity. The founding president, His Excellency Dr. Sam Nujoma, left us a legacy of freedom, solidarity, and justice. The legacy that will endure many generations to come. The legacy that will never, ever be wiped out from our minds. One of the things that Comrade Dr. Sam Nujoma cared about the most was the education of Namibians, especially the Namibian child, both the girl child and the boy child, of all diverse race. He believed that every Namibian child must be accorded a chance to go to school and learn, no matter the circumstances of their family's background. He wanted all of Namibians to have the opportunity to dream big and to achieve their goals. That was his vision. Dr. Nujoma did not just talk about education. He did not just talk. He also led by example. He was one of the first students to study geology at the University of Namibia. He showed us with hard work and determination we could achieve anything we set our minds to. The founding father also built a school at his farm in Etunda, just close to Otavi, between Otavi and Chiwarango, to enable his farm workers' children to attend school. He also constructed a clinic at Etunda, which portrays his caring heart and visionary leadership. Dr. Sam Nujoma believes in fairness and equality. All he ever wanted was a Namibia where everyone, no matter their race, color, or background, could live together in peace, harmony, and shared in the wealth of this country. That was his wish also. Today, as we saying goodbye to Dr. Sam Nujoma, we must remember the lessons he taught us. He showed us the importance of courage, hard work, and to never give up, no matter how difficult things might seem. He taught us to put our country, Namibia, first, to make our land a better place to live in. Comrade founding president fought the good fight. He finished the race, and he have kept the faith. He was a brave, gallant son of Africa, a symbol of resilience and a hope for all who yearned for freedom. His leadership transcended borders, uniting us in the shared belief that no chains could forever be spirit of a people determined to be free. Speaking of Namibia is to speak of our founding president, Dr. Sam Nujoma. If you speak about Namibia, you are speaking directly about his name. His name is inseparable from the history of our nation. He was a unifier, a man who could bring together people from all walks of life. Founding President Nujoma understood that the fight for freedom was not only just a political struggle, but a moral imperative. Under the leadership of founding President, SWAPO Party mobilized Namibians at home and outside the country in exile, uniting them under the common goal of self-determination and independence. His ability to articulate the plight of his people with such a passion and clarity earns him respect and admiration amongst his people and in the world. He remains deeply connected to this grassroots. He always engaged and listened to the people that at grassroots level, especially those marginalized and oppressed people. On 21st March 1990, our founding president was the first, we can hear when General mentioned here, the first ever president inaugurated to lead the independent Namibia. He faced immense challenges of building a new independent nation from the reigns of colonialism. His leadership during this critical period was marked by wisdom, foresight, and unwavering commitment to the national reconciliation and unity. He believed in a nation that was not only free but also equitable and just. His policies was focused on empowerment and nation building. It was laid down as the foundation of the society where everyone could share in the fruits of this country. He was a visionary leader, not only thinking about himself, but always thought of the future generation. At all times, he always strive to make sure the future generations is taken care. Now, it is our turn to carry forward his vision. It is our time. Comrade President, our founding president and the founding father of this nation, your legacy will never die, for it lives in the hearts of all Namibians. Rest in power, our revolutionary leader and the founding president, our father of the nation. I salute you. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ndidimani. I now have the honor and privilege to welcome on the stage Honorable Professor Peter Katjavivi to give us the main message of the day on behalf of the Chief Mourner. May I ask the House to please raise.
Nujoma, you are the the hero, the hero, the hero, the hero. You are the hero, the hero, the hero of Namibian revolution. Nujoma, you are the hero, the hero, the hero, the hero. The hero, the hero of Namibian revolution.
Thank you. Thank you very much. I'm still going through my head, trying to work it out, what to say and how to convey the message, and trying to do that within the time allocated to me. So it's a question of imposing some discipline on myself. As I'm standing here, I'm also thinking about for how many years I've known the founding father. It's more than half of my life. It goes back. Maybe I'm not alone here, maybe there are others as well, of course. Dear directors of ceremonies, the bereaved family, bereaved Mekulu Kovambo Nujoma, and the children, the bereaved Nujoma, Kandobolo, Mushimba, and Kachimune families. Honorable Minister, Deputy Minister, members of Parliament here present, Honorable James Werikwa, Governor of the Otjozondjupa Region, and of course other regional governors, councillors, and mayors here present, Honorable Pentukeni Ivula Itana, the Vice Chair of the Sam Nujoma Foundation, and a long-standing cabinet member who served in so many capacities, Chief Sam Kambazembi of the Kambazembi Royal Family, our Commander of the Namibian Defense Force, Air Marshal Martin Pinas, veterans of the liberation struggle, and in that, of course, I would like to mention the retired Lieutenant General Martin Shalli, a dear colleague and a friend. I also want to acknowledge the presence of the Honorable Bakera, Chairperson of the Otjozondjupa Regional Council, and so many people who are here who are known to me personally, who deserve to be mentioned in person. But due to the limited time available, I just want you to know that I know that you are here. Dear mourners, members of the media, as I said, we are gathered here this afternoon with heavy hearts and sadness to honor a veteran, a leader, a founding president of the Republic of Namibia, and a father of the Namibian nation. As we say goodbye to His Excellency, Dr. Sam Nujoma, today, a national hero whose ambitions and selfless shaped our country through his devotion and committed to the liberation struggle of our country. We remain grateful for the work he did for our country and a strong foundation that he laid at the birth of our nation. His courage, wisdom, and a commitment to justice and equality laid a foundation for a modern today Namibian state. Bereaved families, ladies and gentlemen, His Excellency Dr. Nujoma was more than just a leader, and so many alluded to that. He was an epitome of bravery, tenacity, and foresight. His name serves as a symbol of Namibia's independence, a ray of hope inscribed in Namibia's foundation. His dedication to justice, equality, and his people's right to self-determination characterized his leadership, and his life served as a tribute to the strength of unyielding conviction to preserve Namibia, to make sure that it is a strong nation that is with self-respect and whose character justifies so much sacrifices paid and the strong sense of solidarity that we have received globally. Director of Ceremonies, ladies and gentlemen, from the start of the liberation struggle, when Namibia was a colonial territory, President Nujoma stood firmly against the forces that sought to divide and oppress the Namibian people. With his unwavering vision of a free and united Namibia, he led the liberation struggle at every turn with conviction and strength in the vision that he held so dear. Our founding father was and remains the face of the Namibian independence. He stood strong when others wavered because he knew that the cause was just and the dream of a free Namibia was worth every sacrifice. Through his leadership, we broke the chain of colonialism, emerged from the darkness of division, and stood together as one united, free and proud nation. Underline, united, free and proud nation. Out of the ruins, something new emerged. A united country that stood firm in the belief of being a sovereign and free at last. Fellow Namibians, fellow mourners, His Excellency Dr. Sam Nujoma was a revolutionary, a statesman, and a founding president of an independent Namibia. As Namibia's first democratically elected president, he set the path of democracy, solidarity, and prosperity for us to follow. Beyond his political accomplishments, the founding father was a man unmatched in terms of humility, and dignity that I think has been well presented this afternoon throughout the memorial service that was stated and said so clearly. He never pursued power for its sake, but worked to better our nation with a total commitment while ensuring that all Namibians would have a chance to live in a dignified life regardless of their status, race, and background. We stress a contribution, particularly in the area of education, remembering the fact the nation needed to be built by citizens, and the younger generation needed to be empowered so that they can contribute effectively to upholding the principles on which the country was built. Fellow Namibians, fellow mourners, during Dr. Sam Nujoma's administration, notable achievements were made in infrastructure, healthcare, and education. A statesman who recognized that for Namibia to be genuinely independent, the people needed to be empowered with basic rights and education in addition to political freedom. Regardless of their background, he supported policies that gave all Namibians the means to achieve access and create a better future for themselves and their families. As we pay homage and tribute to this visionary leader, we must work towards creating a country he envisaged, a nation that values every citizen, a nation that is united in diversity, a nation that is committed to the ideals of human rights, justice, equality, and peace. Peace and stability is what we hold dear to ourselves. Without peace and stability, we cannot develop our country. And that is why we stress that. That is why that was part of our leader's vision for our country. As we bid farewell to this great son of the soil, let us all be comforted by the knowledge, by the acknowledgement that Namibia's founding father fought a good fight, remained faithful, and he finished the race. Let us pick up the torch from where he has left it and continue to build a dignified Namibian nation. He is the foundation of our country's independence, and as such, his name will resound in the hearts of everyone who loves Namibia. Fellow Namibians, fellow mourners, as a nation, we will forever remain indebted to the sacrifices the founding father made for our country and our people. He will forever remain in our hearts and thoughts. His legacy of steadfastness, Pan-Africanism, and determination will continue to inspire as we march into the future, marching with confidence because of the foundation that had been laid by the founding father. So much can be said, but we all have to accept the fact that we have to have a timetable guided by the time that we impose upon ourselves. We're here today, tomorrow the mission will continue to other parts of the country as it is agreed upon. I'm extremely grateful to have the opportunity to have been assigned by my dear brother, Dr. Nangolo Mbumba, the President of the Republic of Namibia, to preside on this particular memorial service. We had a very good day. I was particularly touched by the number of young people, young and old, lining up all the way from the airport to this particular venue. It tells a story about how much love people hold for him, the value, what he meant to every citizen of this country. May the soul of the President Sam Nujoma, rest in eternal peace. Long live Namibia, long live one Namibia, one nation. And I thank you.
We thank Professor Katjavivi for that main message and condolence to all of us in the Otjozondjupa Regional Council and the Otjozondjupa region. As we are moving towards the end of our program, it's an African tradition that when you call on your mom, you should know that the enemy is either finished or you are about to be finished. I now would like to invite on the podium Honorable Marine Mbakera, the chairperson of the Otjozondjupa Regional Council, to move the vote of thanks.
Our warrior has fallen. The nation is left as orphans. Our warrior has fallen. Rest in peace. Our founding president, the legacy will ever remain. Our founding president, farewell. Our father of the nation will forever remember you. Our father of the nation, farewell.
Thank you, Directors of Proceedings, Honorable Felipe and Master Tafenongo, Professor Picha Katjavivi, representing the Chief Mourner, His Excellency Dr. Nangolo Mbumba. Dear mourners, please allow me to stand on the protocol as established. Good afternoon. It is with deep sense of gratitude and honor that I stand before you today to deliver the vote of thanks at this solemn but yet celebratory occasion as we pay tribute to a true giant of our nation, the late Dr. Sam Nujoma. This gathering is a reflection of the immense love, admiration, and respect that our people hold for this revolutionary icon and founding father of the Republic. Firstly, I wish to express my heartfelt appreciation to each and every one of you who took time to be here today. Grootfontein community, I really applaud your presence. Your presence signifies the unity and collective appreciation we have for the life and legacy of late Dr. Nujoma. A special word of thanks and appreciation goes to the government of the Republic of Namibia under the leadership of His Excellency, the President, Dr. Nangolo Mbumba, for spearheading the national commemorations in honor of this great statesman. Your unwavering commitment to upholding the values and principles that Dr. Nujoma stands for is commendable. Thank you once again for giving Otjozondjupa Region a chance to pay tribute to our founding father in this manner. To our distinguished speakers who have graced this event with heartfelt tributes and reflections, we thank you for your words of wisdom and remembrance. Your speeches have not only reminded us of the invaluable contributions of the late Dr. Nujoma, but have also inspired us to carry forward his vision of united, prosperous, and independent Namibia. A sincere thank you to the Honorable Governor of our region, Honorable Werikwa, Otjozondjupa Regional Council, all the municipalities in our region, that this regional memorial service, for ensuring that this regional memorial service has turned out to be a success we were hoping for. Your dedication and meticulous planning have made this day a fitting tribute to a leader who dedicated his entire life to the liberation and development of Namibia. To our religious leaders, we appreciate your prayers and words of spiritual comfort during this period of mourning as a nation. Your presence reminds us that in times of loss, we find strength and solace in our faith. To the Namibian Defence Force Brass Band and the Dilimani and all musical performers, your moving performances have captured the spirit of our history and enriched today's proceedings. Thank you for using your talents to honor the memory of our great leader. To our media representatives, thank you for ensuring that the message of Dr. Nujoma's legacy reaches all corners of our country and beyond. Through your work, his contributions and sacrifices will forever be documented and remembered. To the Nujoma family, we extend our deepest gratitude for sharing your beloved father, grandfather, uncle, and a leader with the Namibian nation. His legacy is not only yours, but belongs to us all as Namibians. May you find comfort in knowing that his impact will continue to shape the future of our country. Finally, please allow me to thank the following farmers and business people that have contributed to make this send-off memorable as it is. Master Gain Rusuvero Marine from Farm Vreugde, Master Hanapo Onesmes Hitipohampa from Farm Aris, Mrs. Elizabeth Mwanyankala from Farm Mandoko, Dr. Richard Kamwi, Master Yeri Mbwale from Farm Abenap, Kalari Holdings, Farm Derest, Master Isi Kahungi, Master Molefu Shongela, Master Jonas Silas, Master Charlie David, Master Sedekias Kovaseb, Comrade Ephraim Simpson, Master Ye-N Van Dijk, Rainbow Creations, Enos Anyolo, Uyuni Farming, Comrade Aser Iambo, Kaya Nursery, Haulofu Family, and last but not least, the National Youth Service Management and the trainees and all the volunteers that have helped us to make this event the way it has turned out. In conclusion, let us not only remember Dr. Sam Shafishuna Nujoma today, but let us honor his legacy through our actions, our service to the people, and our commitment to unity and development of our nation at large. May his revolutionary spirit continue to guide us, and may his soul rest in eternal peace. I thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Chairperson, for the vote of thanks. We would like also to thank you very much, together with the Honorable Governor, for your leadership during this preparation and today. Honorable Felipe, we are now drawing to the end of this event, and I also want to thank you very much for your guidance and determination, especially that we were able to endure the pressure from the Honorable Governor to finish before 4 o'clock. Honorable Governor, it's now only 6 minutes after 4 o'clock. I think we have delivered to your expectation. Brothers and sisters, ladies and gentlemen, before we go to the closing prayer, we would like to make a few announcements. First one is that, as you have seen the practice in the other regions, after we have ended the program and observed the anthems, we will have the privilege to view the body of our fallen hero in this order. That the first line with the representative of the Chief Mourner will lead the first line to view the body, or the remains of our hero. It will be the first line, and then the second line, the third line, until we finish with this tent on my left. And then it will be the tent in front, first line, second line, third line, as such. And then we conclude, for those who are sitting inside the pitch, the tent on our far right, first line, third line, as such. When we approach this place, we will be coming in from the northern side, and then we pass the casket on the southern side, and then we'll open up here, and then we'll then exit the pitch. After everybody has an opportunity, including the students, if they so wish and well organized, to join the queue after our last stand on the far right. The refreshment will be served as follows. The dignitaries that are sitting in the different tents we have, you will receive your refreshment in the tent where you are seated. So once we are done, the team responsible for refreshment will take care of that. The masses on the podium, you will receive your refreshment as you exit the venue at the gate. Those who came with the buses, Your refreshment has been organized that you receive it as you enter the bus. So we can move straight to our buses and we'll receive our refreshment there. We are being cautioned that no pictures, no snapshots, or whatever photographs is allowed of the remain. And we request that we respect that instruction. Ladies and gentlemen, I now would like to invite Reverend Sandra Mayer to give us the benediction. After the benediction, we will remain standing for the AU and National Anthem as led by the Namibian Defense Force, the Air Force Military Band. Reverend Mayer.
Thank you once again, Master of Proceedings. I'd like to invite us all to please rise for the Lord's Prayer and then receive the benedictions. Our Father, who art in heaven, hallowed be thy name, thy kingdom come. Thy will be done on earth as it is in heaven. Give us this day our daily bread, and forgive us our trespasses, as we forgive those who trespass against us. And lead us not into temptation, but deliver us from evil. For thine is the kingdom, the power, and the glory, forever and ever. Amen. Let us receive the benediction. The Lord bless you and keep you. The Lord make his face shine upon you and be gracious unto you. The Lord lift up his countenance to you and give you his peace. In the name of God the Father, the Son, and the Holy Spirit. Amen. You may be seated. Thank you.
Air Force Band, the floor is yours for the AU and National Anthem.
nation is left as orphans. Our warrior has fallen, rest in peace. Our warrior has fallen, the nation is left as orphans. Our warrior has fallen, rest in peace. Our founding president, the nation we will always remain. Our founding president, farewell. Our father of the nation will forever remember you. Our father of the nation, farewell. Sam Nujoma, wetu figapo, owakavululukwa, owalongasha wana tate. Wetu figapo, owalongalulukwa, owalongasha wana tate. Fululukwa, fululukwa, tate kulu. Fululukwa, fululukwa, nombili. Fululukwa, fululukwa, tate kulu. Fululukwa, fululukwa, nombili.
Honorable Peter Katjavivi, Speaker of the National Assembly, representative of the Chief Mourner, His Excellency Nangola Mbuba, with all due respect, thank you very much.
Fululukwa, tate kulu. nation is left as orphans. Our warrior has fallen. Rest in peace. Our warrior has fallen. The nation is left as orphans. Our warrior has fallen. Rest in peace. Our founding president, your legacy will ever remain. Our founding president, farewell.
Well, we have scenes from the memorial service for the Otjozondjupa region. Of course, parts of the Oshikoto region also involved. As you see, there are some family members that are now paying their respects to the founding father. What will happen from now on, of course, is that the body will lie in state until 6 o'clock tomorrow morning, and the public will have opportunity to go and view the body as we've been doing over the last couple of days. And that will, of course, conclude the events at Grootfontein. Much of the attention now will move over to Walfish Bay, where the Walfish Bay municipality will be hosting the memorial tomorrow, the regional memorial for His Excellency. And they have shared some important information pertaining to the conduct that they expect from the public. And this, of course, is to ensure a dignified and befitting memorial for our founding father. The public is requested to adhere to the following guidelines. Now, for arrival and entry, it's advised the gates will be opening at 9 o'clock in the morning. Attendees are encouraged to arrive early, as all individuals will be searched, all to be seated by 12:30. That's 12:30 in the afternoon. The conduct that's expected is to be respectful and orderly behavior, and attendees should remain sober-minded throughout the event. The stadium seating will allow all attendees to be seated before the casket arrives, and the movement should be minimized at this time. So you are urged, of course, to make sure that you are seated before the commencement of the memorial. What signs and guidance that will be given. The municipality is also urging all mourners to follow all the signs and instructions from event officials. And the security measures require no weapons allowed into the stadium. So no weapons of all sorts are permitted. I think by now we are all used to the different classes of weapons that are not permitted at certain public events. And that, of course, will be strictly applicable for the memorial tomorrow. The use of mobile phones is strictly prohibited while viewing the body, and phones must be put away in pockets or bags. We've heard this reminder, of course, before. This viewing that's ongoing at the moment also commenced, and that should be observed at all the engagements until the Saturday the 1st. Of course, traffic and parking, no parking is allowed along Sam Kambazembi Avenue on the 25th of February 2025. This advisory coming in from Walfish Bay Municipality. And of course, also some restrictions on business. No vendors or outdoor business activities are allowed along the procession route. The procession route, of course, a very, very important space during the time. There will be some traffic interruptions during the time as well, so please take note of that. The municipality is also appealing for patience during that time. There will be a siren alert. The siren will ring for about 4 times, signaling the hearse is about to make its solemn journey from the airport to the Grootfontein Stadium. So once you hear that siren go off 4 times, then that will be a signal that the hearse is moving now from the airport to the Grootfontein Stadium. Also, an advisory on the workplace consideration. Employers are encouraged to grant employees time off to participate in the memorial. And school learners are encouraged to line up along the route, starting at Union Street. So starting at Union Street along the route, that's when the school learners are, of course, urged to line up. This advisory coming in from the Walfish Bay Municipality. The street procession will start at the Walfish Bay Airport, turn right at about C14 to Walfish Bay Town. left into Union Street, pass through the Kumbi Kandanga, and continue with the Union Street right into Johnson Mabakeng Street, and proceed straight into Sam Nujoma Street. From Sam Nujoma, drive through around Quisapont Circle and then left into Natale Mahulili to now arrive at the Quisapont Stadium. So this information coming from the Walvis Bay Municipality, just reminding mourners in terms of the conduct that expected in order to give a befitting funeral to the founding father. As you know, after Walvis Bay, the procession will be heading to Kitwanshoop on Wednesday and back here in Windhoek on Thursday. Now, advisory also coming in from the Namibian Police, Inspector Shikwambi, of course, advising that tomorrow morning there will be a full-scale rehearsal of the street procession in Windhoek. The rehearsal will be exactly as it will be unfolding on Thursday the 27th from the airport to all routes in Windhoek before the body is taken to the Parliament. Now, please, it is a humble appeal from the Namibian Police for public patience, cooperation and collaboration. The public should expect delays, some traffic congestion at certain areas tomorrow and on Thursday, especially for the Windhoek-based motorists, just to be aware of that potential congestion and movement during the course of the day. And then, of course, we're expecting that procession to take place on Thursday. So if you don't have anything important to do, perhaps I think the idea would be to remain at home if you're not coming to the stadium or to the venues where the activities are taking place, and to view at home. So that information coming in from Deputy Commissioner Shikwambi on behalf of the Namibian Police. Just once again, just a reminder, tomorrow there will be a full-scale rehearsal of the street procession here in Windhoek. The rehearsal will be exactly as it will be unfolding on Thursday the 27th from the airport to all routes in Windhoek before the body is taken to Parliament. So just a reminder that there will be some delays, traffic congestion tomorrow and on Thursday. And the Namibian Police is appealing for public patience, cooperation and collaboration in that regard. So, of course, as you expect tomorrow, all roads leading to Walvis Bay. As we continue, of course, to bring you the coverage unrivaled of revolutionary liberation struggle hero and a democratic African icon in the name of the founding father of the Republic of Namibia, Dr. Sam Nujoma, just concluded, of course, the broadcast in the Otjozondjupa region. As you can see, there's some very, very strong messages coming in. Professor Katjavivi speaking on behalf of the Chief Mourner there as well, delivering a very, very strong message. And that's what we expect to continue over the next few days as well. Walvis Bay will be the center of attention tomorrow. Walvis Bay, quite a very, very important piece within the liberation struggle conversation and the history of our country. As you know, it's going to be making 35 years this year. Walvis Bay was the last territory that Namibia had received, of course, from South Africa, and the reintegration of Walvis Bay taking place in 1994, also at the advent of South Africa's independence. Now, quite a very, very important event was supposed to take place last week, Friday, which was the gala dinner for the 21st or for the 30th integration of Walvis Bay as part of the Namibia's territory. And that event was postponed, of course, pending the memorial and, of course, the funeral of the founding father. That has been postponed to take place in March. But a very, very important location there as well, where struggle heroes and icons like the likes of Natalia and Mahulili were based there as well. So tomorrow we'll be heading to Walvis Bay. Do make sure to tune in to all the platforms of the NBC. NBC Digital News is where you need to get us. So the latest arsenal of our social media, of course, also includes TikTok, social media platforms, where you can get the latest in short snippet of all the news that we're sharing throughout the course of the day. But until then, it's bye-bye from me, Ricardo Nujoma, and the rest of the team here in Studio 2. We'll be back bright and early tomorrow morning as we come to you live on Good Morning Namibia and follow through with our live broadcast that is in Walfish Bay from the Walfish Bay Stadium. Bye-bye.
Hurry to your nearest Lewis for our super clearance sale. Our prices have been cut until the 13th of April. We're fully stocked on quality furniture and appliances and ready to deliver to your door today. Save $2,000 on the Restonic Bellagio Queen bed set, now only $7,999. Save $1,000 on the Medispine Odyssey double bed set, now only $5,999. No additional costs and 24 months to pay. Cut prices, only at Lewis, nationwide.
We invited women to try a 2-in-1 clear product, but first we asked them, do you mix tissue oil into your cream for extra nourishment?
I do mix tissue oil into my cream.
It just moisturizes your skin better.
This is genius, in my opinion.
Did not expect this from any